with a fine lead and a deep mid wicket. I feel we are accustomed seeing her being bowled too, but we've seen a lot of her runs have come through that offside region.
It's a much better delivery on that occasion. And because she plays those drives and those little dead touches really well, for just to start proceedings off, I would have loved to seen that fielder there at that deep mid-wicket position, probably in the covers instead, and force the bowler to continue to bowl discipline here this morning.
Holder getting back on the back foot and has spoken it to cover. Yeah, I agree to that. And again, today we see, I'm pretty sure our viewers are saying how we are probably repetitive, but again, Trinidad and Tobago decided not to start with a slip with a new ball can.
Oh, that's a drop catch there. Finding the outside edge to that fielder at short third man position.
Can I ask for a better opportunity there? It's a short third man, a bit flat footed there, but a chance for Trishan Holder.
Yeah, I wonder how costly that would be.
Harrigal being the victim to a drop Holder.
Yeah, Mila Khan there. Bull, I don't think she'll be too impressed with that effort, especially early on in proceedings here. And that's a good shot again, and it's through the offside. That one won't have the legs to go into the boundary. They'll go back for two, but it just adds to the point. If you can be disciplined like that and keep it on the offside, why not strengthen your offside field and keep your bowler intact as well from a psychological perspective? Because immediately she would think, okay, she has the field, she can continue bowling that line and length, and especially bring your slip one. If there was a slip into play, you immediately saw an outside edge and went to short turn man there.
These two batters for Barbados are class batters. You will not see they go into a middle wicket unless it's a really a bad ball. Holder and Cumberbatch know the importance of this partnership and know that they are both senior players for Barbados. They know that they need to bat deep in this innings, and it showed vital yesterday where they had that really good opening partnership.
Yeah, some 7 runs already coming off that first over. Pretty unlucky there, Khan, not to have a wicket.
As you see, Harry Lal getting the chance to bowl the second over of the game. Harry Lal being the fielder that drop holder, so now she have an opportunity here to probably redeem herself.
After the bowler is coming right arm over the wicket, 6 balls coming.
That's a wide delivery there from Harry Lal to start things off. Sakia Harilal, and that number 19 on her back. So much better delivery there. Still flirting with that wide line.
The really like this field Harry is bowling to have a deep cover, a third man, and already two balls. Even though the first ball went for a while, you see her plan there is to keep it on that off stump. Holding a bit low there.
Yeah, besides keeping a bit low there, I think Hola was a bit surprised at how slow that delivery came in as well.
As we look at the speed gun.
She opened up really quickly, but Harilal obviously doesn't have the pace. And that's an excellent shot there. Take some doing, that's good footwork on the boundary. Good piece of feeling that they come back for two, but just like you said, I much rather this field compared to the field that Khan was bowling to on the opposite end.
You know the saying, if it's working, why change it?
Wide ball.
And I understand that, but if you looked at all the games that was shown live where Khan was bowling, rarely did you see she get hit to that middle wicket region. It was near the ball, a really really bad ball, and I am of the concept that I don't like setting field for bad bowling.
Totally agree with you.
Okay.
Just chipped in the air there. That fielder has a lot of work to do. Oh, that's a brilliant effort. Just hope she's okay. More disappointed she didn't get it.
Well, I'm wondering if she thought she should have tried her football skills there because she did a really really good job the ball before that to save for, but great effort there.
I think that's exactly what it was, though. She was in two minds as to how to collect it. In the end, she just dove over the ball.
Yes, as we see our adjustment being made by skipper Samaru, sending that cover fielder a little more to her right because this is second time her left, the second time she had to run to retrieve that ball on her left. It's good bowling, good batting as far I say by Holder.
That's the over ball.
Yeah, so at the end of two overs, the score there 15 without loss. Boundary coming from both overs so far. So Hola, she's been doing the bulk of the scoring. She's faced most of the strike as well. She's on 11 of 9. A bit of discussion there from the Trinidad and Tobago players. It looks like Khan is going to continue. Decent first over, apart from that first delivery that went for 4. Came back up really nicely in the over. And again, she's bowling to a fine leg and that deep mid wicket. That's an excellent delivery there. Oh, again, it looks like Zakia Harilal.
Again, another misfield there by Harilal.
Brittany, I know we're being very critical here at this point, but I must say I'm not impressed with the field setting of the Trinidad and Tobago team.
I understand why you, or us, we, the viewers may not understand that. Okay, and we spoke earlier on that the bulk of the runs that has came of Khan in the series thus far has been on that offside through cover as the third man. So I'm a bit confused by that adjustment because this is the seventh game I believe is Trinidad and Tobago sixth game in this series, and Khan has opened the bowling for every match thus far. So a little confused as to why, whether it be the skipper or the coaches not seeing that, where this bowler, which side of the field this bowler is leaking around and not making that adjustment in field setting.
So it's really early days here. It's only the third over of this innings. Full toss there. But what it does as well, it takes so much pressure off these two batters out because you're giving them an easy single, maybe 2 runs depending on how fast the ball travels out there. And you could have easily cut off that run there. Strengthen your offside field. Give your bowler much more confidence because she has a lot right now and she's bowling excellently out there. It's a loud appeal. Maybe just an inside edge we'll see here. It's a slower delivery.
Oh,
That looked closer.
closer than we thought. A really, really good ball there by Khan. Probably the umpire wasn't convinced as not much of the fielders in a circle besides the bowler, because you didn't even see much of a reaction even from the keeper to try to convince. Because one thing I know is that the umpires are always unsure sometimes when it comes to some in the LBW decision, but when they hear that confident appeal and all that noise, how was that umpire? So it kind of shift the decision into giving that batter out. Again, as you see that single being taken there by short mid wicket. At the end of the third over, Barbados 21 for none.
As a bowler out there, you realize you have a feel like that. And taking it upon yourself to tell your captain, here's what's going on. I want this instead of that. I mean, as a captain out there, when you're bowling as well, and you're bowling a consistent line and length, I think a captain should be obliged to actually say, hey, here's what's going on. Let me give you what you want and hopefully add more pressure.
Well, playing at a senior level and international level and even at franchise, I see a lot of bowlers afraid to ask the captain to what field is it. They tend to bowl to what field the captain plays. And sometimes it's difficult for a bowler to be consistent because they are not comfortable bowling to that field. But at the end of the day, ownership needs to be taken to a bowler in terms of responsibility and understanding what you are doing on this day. Oh my, that's a poor shot selection there by Holder. Poor, walk straight outside off stump and get ball. If you look at the replay, it's the off stump. That, wow, so unexpected of Holder. Poor shot. See how Harry choosing to come around the wicket and Holder not too sure if that ball did pitch on the leg stump, but we saw that yesterday the game before that was a pet shot by Holder who was just flicking off her pad, but at the end of the day, Trinidad have a big breakthrough.
Yeah, that's a huge wicket there.
As we see Herbert coming in to join the fight, captain Cumberbatch.
Yeah, Thiani Herbert, a new batter out there. Kola is still
Very disappointed.
she's still strolling off the
Yes,
ground.
shooting off the ground.
And that's a huge wicket for Trinidad to start proceedings here.
Yes. Knowing that this is the last game for Barbados and so that hold up but really, really good yesterday to be dismissed in that manner.
You talk about senior level cricket, and this is the stage where these young women would take that next transition from this level into that senior position, if you want to call it that, and probably try to get a breakthrough into that West Indies team. So when you have this opportunity here to showcase your talent, trust me, you need to grab it with both hands.
Yeah, when you talk about senior level, Trishan Hola actually made her debut for the West Indies senior team in December, the same time as Junaba Joseph. When they both played against, I believe, the series against England, uh, went on to play the under 19 World Cup in South Africa and actually got called up to play in the senior World Cup in South Africa. So uh, some very good experience there under Trishan Holder's belt.
Ball keeping really low there. No pace at all to work with from Harilal. I think that's what made that wicket so much more disappointing for Holder. She could have done anything with that delivery.
And we saw how excellent she was going back on her back foot the over before off Harry Lala punching that ball to deep cover. I believe she got about 6 to 7 runs of Harriel over on that offside, and that ball was the perfect line and length for her to continue playing that shot.
That's a middle.
Final delivery now for Harilal. Going to be bowling up to Cumberbatch for the first time here today. Final delivery of over number 4. They're going just a run a ball this Barbados side.
Butter. Bowler is coming right arm wrong on ball to you. Not out.
Oh, that's a very interesting decision there. I would love to see that again.
Only if that ball is pitching outside. Ooh. Oh, yes. Just
Maybe
just outside.
So good decision in the end there from the umpire. But a really, really good over. A good comeback over here for Harilal. Just 2 runs off it on the wicket. Prize wicket of the skipper Holder.
Yes.
23 for 1 after 4.
So viewers, just update on the Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago squad. Mitchell is out. Katie Jazz and Mitchell. We have also Mara Ramnath. We have Sal that's out, and we also have Janaba Joseph. So a lot of Trinidad and Tobago senior players or players who has scored the bulk of the runs or taken the bulk of the wickets for Trinidad and Tobago not playing today, giving an opportunity for those who haven't really got the chance, as we see Harry Lal getting the chance to open the bowler with the likes of Khan today.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, when you get the opportunity, you need to grab it with both hands. Oh, that's an outside edge there. This is really good bowling from Khan, as she's bowled throughout this Tri Nation series here. Definitely one of the bowlers with a bit more pace in the Trinidad and Tobago team. So he has a really strong action as well. It's a wide delivery there from Khan. Herbert has faced 4 deliveries so far. She's just looking to just work things a bit, try and build an innings here. exactly what this Barbados team would need is to get on a solid partnership bat for the next 10, 12 overs at least. Try to get around that 60-run mark, batting in partnership, batting in phases. It's a good shot again, just straight to the fielder. And I think that's what Trinidad and Tobago team has done really well. They've assessed the situation that they need to be in, and they've worked the game in different phases. We've seen the aggressive batting when needed. The bowlers have done a really good job for them as well, sticking to their line and lengths. And a little bit of movement there with that delivery is Khan. So we're seeing on the players' t-shirts there that strong breeze coming across the field. It'll definitely help Khan to get that ball in to the right-hander. She has the natural angle as well.
Yes. Really, really good line there by Khan. We saw the adjustment made on the field where the Trinidad Tobago now has a third man, but still have that mid wicket, deep mid wicket fielder. So fine leg is now a short fine leg, but still deep, a short a square. If that short square go into that vacant mid wicket area where we saw singles were given in previous Khan innings. Kind of a bit inconsistent today, not the figures we are accustomed seeing from her opening spell. Probably a bit fatigued, as you said, and there's a strong breeze today, and it's blowing from east to west. Probably that can be one reason why Khan is having a bit of difficulty today.
Yeah, and then to add to that, there was drop catch off for bowling, couple of misfields as well. So at the end of 5 overs, the score now 27 for 1. Barbados, they're batting really steady here at the moment.
Just under 6 runs over, as I say, just 5 overs in this innings thus far. Still a rebuilding phase by Barbados after they just lost their captain, Trishan Holder. The Johnny Cumberbatch is batting really, really sensible thus far. She did an excellent job yesterday with that partnership with Trishan Holder. A question I needed to ask you, Miss Mohammed. Mr. Mohammed, sorry. Oh, just over the skipper at middle wicket there. And that's a 4 for Cumberbatch. Take a look at the replay. Cumberbatch being very selective on her shot. Just pitch outside there by outside leg by Harry Lal. And over that vacant short mid wicket.
Yeah, it was a bad delivery. It asked to be punished, and I like that from what they would usually say a moderate batter. Get the bad deliveries, you need to dispatch them. It's a limited overs, you need to get that, keep that strike rate up. Another misfield there. So the Trinidad and Tobago unit not looking like their usual self out there. You mentioned before there were a few changes to the team, but that should not be an excuse for the misfield that's going on out there.
Yes, as you rightfully say, no, whenever you get a chance to come off on a better than that, a chance to get that opportunity, you should always be ready to take over.
Yeah, count at least 12 to 15 runs already given away from the Trinidad and Tobago team. You were about to ask me something, Brittany.
Yes, yes, my train of thought. Well punched there by Herbert, and a misfield again by Trinidad and Tobago, and cost them, I would say, 3 runs because a single was on there.
Yeah, that's a very costly misfield there. It's really sloppy work from the Trinidad and Tobago team. Again, it's not something we've seen in this competition so far. Hence the reason why they were so dominant
Yep.
as of now. So it's really surprising out there.
There's one ball left in this over.
That's the over ball.
And that's the end of the 6th over. Barbados 36-1. Yes. So, question. We saw with the likes of Windward Islands and now Barbados. Every game they played, I would say especially on Trinidad and Tobago, because my focus must be on Trinidad and Tobago, they have improved. We see Barbados scoring 79 in the first game against Windward Islands, and then 102 against Trinidad and Tobago, and then yesterday scoring 128. So you see consistent improvement with the teams that's playing against Trinidad and Tobago. With the same, I can't remember the exact scores for when Windward Island played Trinidad and Tobago, but every game there was an improvement. Does that mean that we're not being tactically smart against our opponent? Does that mean that we are not changing how we approach them? Because it seems like the teams are getting accustomed, because this is the only first game that our opening bowlers have changed. I say this is the 6th match Trinidad and Tobago has played in this competition. Thus far, so we saw Mitchell. It was a Mitchell, Khan, Ramnat, Samaru. That was basically how the Trinidad and Tobago approached their bowling. As you see, a really nice single there to third man. So we see every game teams have been improving whenever they play Trinidad and Tobago. What do you think the reason for that? I've given mine in terms that I believe, we have one plan and we're sticking to one plan, so the teams are getting to accustom or sniff out the plan Trinidad or approach Trinidad and Tobago has taken. And there's a no ball there by Khan, and it will be 5 no ball. A very expensive spell by Khan, who seemed to just not getting it right already in her 4th over. 24 runs already.
Yeah, very costly delivery there. The last 2 overs from Khan, she's not looking like herself at all. We just wait on a signal there for the umpire. I'm not sure he's gonna signal 1. Give a warning there to Khan. But it's a bit of a two-sided answer, if I may put it like that. Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, Amina Khan and Katie Jazz Mitchell, they would have opened the bowling for most of the Tri Nation series here, apart from this game. Amina Khan, she has one tactic of just sticking to that basic line and length. Unfortunately, not paying off for her here because she's kept a consistent pace throughout this competition. Katie Jazz Mitchell on the other end, wait till this delivery here. That looks like it's going to cost more runs here again. And another misfield from, it looks like Harry Lal again.
Yes, costing a chance.
Harry Lal has given away at least 14 to 15 runs on the field so far. So she's not having the best of times out there at all. And like we usually say, when it's following you, it's following you.
Yeah.
But
Also, a little cleaning up need to be, need a responsibility there should be given to keeper Roberts. Because I always say, once one of the responsibility from the keeper is always to clean up, whether it be from a bad throw from the fielder or a wide from a bowler. Another quick run there by Barbados.
yeah, so just to answer your question from my perspective, it's a bit of a two-sided question, and I was alluding to the fact Katie Jazz Mitchell, she bowled from this commentary end, as we like to call it. She was probably one of the few bowlers throughout this competition that used her variations excellently for the most part. And to me, she seemed to be the more threatening of these two bowlers here. Take nothing away from Khan up until this point in the competition. But to me, Katie Jazz Mitchell has proved her worth here. And the change is more of a rest to get other players in. And you could understand that this being the last game. But credit must be given to the Bajans as well as the Windward Islands team, because after those first two encounters, Windward Islands, they came back out, they scored 120 plus in that second game. And what they did,
And then in the third game, they scored, in a losing effort, they scored 154, chasing 191.
and just to mention something about those two scores, what they did, the batters went out there and they played the game in partnerships. Unfortunately, that second game, I think they executed it really well, because there was that little slow period when the spinners came on. Shalini Samaru came on. She slowed up the game tremendously at some point. And then the batters at the end of the Windward Islands innings, they took it apart. I think they got some 50-odd runs in the last 5 overs or so. And if these batters could somehow transition, get their openers to build on that, build a platform for the ones to come, get some changes in there, and I think that's the trick they missed. Coming up to the ending of that innings, they should have had a slight change to the batting order, and I think that's what threw them off to getting 130 instead of 150 in that second game. But again, their batters improved tremendously from that first game. But again, it goes back to the point, Trinidad and Tobago has been really, really predictable. And it's not going the way of Harry Lal at all out there. As we see the replay, that should have been another wicket added.
Yes, hitting straight back to bowler Harry Lal. Not having the best of times on the field, but she does have the lone wicket for Trinidad and Tobago.
See, what happens to teams as well when you have someone of the caliber of Trisha Holder in your lineup and she goes early, psychologically from a team, it brings some sort of disadvantage in their mind, especially leading that team from the front as well. But again, we've mentioned it a couple times and I'll say it again. Once you're out there and you're given the opportunity, whether it's the field, bowl, or bat, you need to grab it with both hands, because you're playing. Yes, as an individual, you want your team to cross the line, but you're looking for self-improvement with each and every game that you play as well. I would have loved to see Trinidad and Tobago start off with a spinner. Just change things a bit.
That's something we do a lot when it comes to the senior team. Skipper Mohammed, Mr. Mohammed, is outside edge there by Cumberbatch trying to go over again that over that mid wicket or mid on area.
And that to me was slightly surprising because Anissa Mohammed, she's the assistant coach of this team here. So I thought maybe just some suggestion would have been given. Let's try something a bit different and start with a spinner. Especially from that bamboo patch end. And it's a no ball there from Harilal.
Seems like a front foot, no ball. But you also have to remember that this is a build up to the under 19 a regional tournament. I believe that would be in June, July. Not too sure, but probably it's a chance for the selectors, coaches, of beautiful shot over, short a square there for Herbert. Remember that was a free hit. Herbert coming along here nicely. Take a look at the replay. Just pitch outside a leg there, Harilal. As you say, this is a second boundary has been scored on that leg side. Harilal seems to just pitching those ball outside leg, which is like a free hit for the batters. I see Cumberbatch and Herbert taking advantage of those. Better ball there by Harilal. And that's the end of the 8th over. Barbados 54 for 1. So good partnership here by Cumberbatch and Herbert after this dismissal of Holder. And you see that our run rate is climbing nicely. Before this over, the run rate was just on the 6, I believe, 5.4. Now it's 6.7 as we see a change from the Artibola end. And the Nella Matthew is replaced in Khan.
Yeah, and this was something I was about to add as well at the start of this over. Barbados, what they have done in this game, they've kept that run rate around that runner ball mark, and it was just added to the point I was making of getting that platform in for the rest of batters to come. So if they can continue in this same vein here, at the end of 15 probably reach, let's just say, anywhere between 85 to 95 mark. But more importantly, lose as little wickets as possible, because we've seen wickets fall in heaps here in this competition. I'm sure they could set up themselves for a good total. And that's a good shot there. But it goes straight to the fielder, who's doing a decent job apart from that one she dove over earlier on.
Yes, really impressive by really impressive batting here by Barbados. Just a bit of information, Barbados is missing one of their senior player, Sabi Calendar. She's currently, I believe, in Barbados. She actually throws javelin. Chose javelin for Barbados, so she's missing from this setup. Very decent all-rounder who's also played for the Barbados senior team. Were you a multi-sport person when you, or, you know, I know you're young, you're a young man right now, but I would say when you were much younger.
All I can say, I used to think so. That's just chipped in the air there. What I used to do a lot, apart from playing cricket, because I played some club cricket in the country here, I used to play some table tennis to just try and build my hand-eye coordination, because when it comes to coordination, I'm not gifted at all. I'll say that. Right? And apart from your little jogging and these usual things to try and keep some sort of fitness in, table tennis was that one sport that really helped a lot.
Well, I used to play anything that had sport behind it. When I was going to school, uh, oh, it
Behind, yeah, but the land safe and another misfield. They're very fortunate for the Trinidad and Tobago team. That ball did not go over the boundary line. We see Roberts there just half-heartedly applauding, but
It's the end of the ninth over. Barbados 58 for 1. So I used to play basketball, volleyball. I started a little netball. I wasn't too fond of always having to cut my nails. I used to run tracks, mostly long distance, because I don't know how to run fast with these long legs of mine. So I used to throw a little bit of discus or javelin, long jump. Use my long legs for long jump, and football. A little bit of I won't say a little bit, a lot of football. I always say football is my first love. I still do play a little, not as much as I used to when I was younger. So as you know, I'm getting there in age, but I used to take football as to get my cardio in, because it's a running sport, non-stop. I used to be a winger, so I was always up and down the line. So I used to love to running when it comes to football. So used to have me extra fit when I come into the cricket season.
so the Trinidad and Tobago here, they're persisting with Harilal here. What I can say though is that you're definitely an athlete out there. So it shows both on and off the cricket field. But it's a very interesting question too, because when you speak to a lot of these cricketers out here, there's always that extra sport that they would do in the quote-unquote background, if you want to call it, to help not just fitness level. When you speak to a lot of them, it helps their psychological games as well, their mental stress. It relieves that because of that extra love for a sport, if you want to call it that. So many times you hear cricketers, crazily enough, their first love is not cricket.
Yes, that's true. A lot of athletes, whether they play cricket, football, tennis, and stuff like that, they always have another hobby that they want to play that gets their mind off whenever their sport is a bit stressful. And football used to be that for me in back in my days. I know a lot of cricketers, they play table tennis. I see a lot of English cricketers. I see the likes of Easy, Wong, and some other male cricketer who's now um, playing baseball. Because they use baseball in terms to help with that hand-eye swing strength on those shoulders. Because sometimes I understand that, a lot of people say, oh, it shouldn't be playing football, it shouldn't be playing baseball, it shouldn't be basketball. When you are training to play multiple sports, because sometimes when you're playing cricket, SNC trainers, they focus on training you just for cricket. So you're more focused on training the muscles that required you to go there and perform for cricket. But when you train for the different sport, I'm not saying that you have to go and take it seriously. When you train for this for you open your body to training different body parts. I have a teammate, Isaac. She started playing rugby a couple years ago, but she's not retired after a short stint. But she used to play rugby, and she mentioned how much that rugby helped her in cricket wise because it had body parts she never used to use in cricket that needed to use in rugby, and it transferred into her cricket when having to get down low, um throwing when it comes to throwing the rugby, the catching of the ball. As you see a nice crowd gathering on this Easter Monday.
Yeah, after 10 overs, the score 64 for 1. Barbados, they're going along really nicely after losing skipper Holder. And you said baseball, immediately Karen Powell comes to mind.
Yes, yes.
Taking a break from cricket to actually go out there and try to excel in the sport.
And we see Matthew continue from the at ball on end.
Yeah,
So
you,
first
you
over
spoke
going for just 4 runs.
you spoke about fitness earlier on, and while you were talking about that, ironically, you could see the fatigue building up on these players out there. It's really, really hot out there. I took a walk onto the pitch before the game started. I can assure you, thank God for this breeze that's blowing.
As we see some equipment adjustment there being made to the batter Herbert, and a chance for the fielders to take a quick sip of water. If you were not in the commentary box today, Mr. Mohammed, what would you have been doing with your Easter Monday? Yeah, go on a nice river to the beach, stay home and watch some movies with the family.
So I was actually invited to a hike with a few friends, but it's really nice to be out here commentating in this final under 19 game as well. So to my friends out there on the hike, I wish you a wonderful time today. Just be safe and have fun.
I love that you mentioned hiking because since kind of easing out of the football, hiking has been my therapy outside of cricket. I love nature, walking through the forest, walking through those rivers, listening to the creatures of the jungle. I'm actually a part of a hiking team. Shout out to the only good vibes hiking team. They actually going to a hike Sunday, God's willing, to North Oropouche, but unfortunately I will not be there. But hiking is really, really good for you.
I wonder if our producer, Mr. Jason Passad, will be joining you on any of those hikes soon.
Yeah, that's a thumbs up. I hope you know there's swimming and climbing and
Oh, come on, don't
every.
deter him earlier on. Let it be a surprise. See, Cumberbatch, she's on 23 of 24. Herbert is on 14 of 24. A good rebuilding stage here for this Barbados team. Herbert came out and she looked really patient. And that's whipped away. And it's whipped away really nicely in the end. Piercing that small gap. Time to perfection.
As you see, come on, but taking advantage of that vacant short middle wicket area and piercing the gap between long on and a deep middle wicket. As you saw, Combat has now scored a lot of runs through that mid-wicket area. Probably skipper Sam will take that short square leg there, person and put him in that short wicket area. It will be a lot harder for Combat to score. And again, I feel that they could have probably restricted that single. So if Combat see that square region is now open, it force her to try to hit the ball a little square and go across the ball more.
Yeah, it's a bad delivery there. I'm not sure she tried to bounce, and again, another short delivery. Would that be called a no ball?
It's a legal ball, Mr. Mohammed, a legal ball. Sure, the skipper and the bowler is smiling. If you take a look at the replay. And ooh, beaten by some centimeters, bouncing after the crease. Our producer, Mr. Passat, saying there's a no ball.
So this is a bit poor here from Matthew. The Trinidad and Tobago unit, they've not looked themselves at all out there. And one who's probably looking on for the first time, maybe thinking to themselves, how did this team stay unbeaten so far in the Tri Nations series? And that's a full toss there, and it results in a wicket. You said earlier on, in the, I think was the second game, that bad balls bring about wickets. I can clearly tell you that was one of the worst deliveries you'll find out there.
Look at the replay. Oh, have our producer Passat, let's slow it down a little. As you see, Combat was looking at square leg for that no ball. Yeah, it seems I would say it dipping because you look at where Combat hit the ball, she was already dipping, and when she dipped, the ball was at hip height. So if she was standing at a normal height, it would have been a legal ball.
Yeah, Combat there. A good little innings come to an end, but it's a start that did not convert, and that has been the downfall of these two batting teams, the Windward Islands and the Barbados team. You see the new batter walking out there is Erin Dean, wearing that number 8 on her back, strolling out to the middle. Herbert is still there. She's on 15 of 25. She's been extremely patient out there. But the runs are coming, and that's the most important thing.
We must say kudos to the catch. Harry Lal finally holding on to one. You know, she's haven't had the best of games thus far, and I know after taking a catch, just the way she reacted to holding on to the ball, she knows she that things will start to go her way. So that's one wicket and one catch for Harry Lal.
Yeah, the celebration was exceptional from Harilal. And she's clapping now, and you can see a totally different person out there. And that's what you need sometime as a fielder. When it's not going your way out there, it's definitely...
That's a single there, but seems the batter, Dean, wasn't looking for that thing at the end of the 11th over. Barbados 70 for 2.
I'm not sure what went on there with the communication between the two batters, but that was an easy single on offer. And I was about to say, sometimes when you're having a bad game out there, all it takes is just that one moment to just lift your spirit and change around everything entirely.
As we see a change from the commentary, and skipper Samaru taking over from Harilal.
It was just a matter of time before this change happened.
New bowler on Listen, right
Shalini
arm over the
Samari,
wicket.
she's skipping the side well.
That's the middle.
She's going to be bowling to a deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Feel that deep extra cover. It's making a slight change, coming around a bit to her left. It's a good delivery there to start with. Wasn't sure why that single wasn't taken of the last delivery of the previous over. See Herbert immediately calling Dean, and they had a little discussion in between overs. So that's an excellent shot again. A bit of misfield there. Results in only a single. But this is what you're gonna get from Shalini Samaru. She's not gonna be afraid to flight those delivery. She's gonna get some drift on offer here with the angle. And she will extract whatever turn she can from the surface as well.
Right arm over the wicket. 4 balls to you.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where Dean was going, but she's down there and it doesn't look good at all. See if we could get some replay on that. She looks like she's in a lot of pain. Not sure what happened. She turned easily there. As soon as she turned to go back to her crease, she fell immediately on the ground. It's not a happy sight here at all.
Seems to be probably the need, as she said, that she went to turn to get back in that crease. The physio applying some treatment.
Yeah, she turned. When as soon as she turned, immediately she went down. And one would hope that she didn't do too much damage. And with that, we can see the umpires, they're calling for the drinks break as well. So we'll take a break here and we'll be back with more updates and commentary
As we return from a quick water break, as physio did some medical work with Dean, Samuel continues from commentary end. Samaru being senior spinner bowler and today, as we know, the likes of Smara Ramnath, who has been the leading wicket taker for Trinidad and Tobago, is not in today's 11. Also on the field we have Jessica Orozco, who bowls like brick.
Yeah, we're happy to see Dean back on her feet there. She looked to be in some excruciating pain.
Faster one there by Samaru. Well played there by Dean. And at the end of the 12th over, Barbados 71 for 2. Herbert on 16. Dean yet to get off the mark.
What's going to be extremely important for this Barbados team is that they maintain a steady run rate, especially for those overs from at least the next 10 overs here. I think they would need to maintain at least 55 to 60 runs within this next 10 overs here. Get up to that 120, 125 marks with 8-9 overs remaining.
Yes, as you see, Herbert and Humbat is doing a really great job after Holder departed. So this is exactly what Herbert and Dean need to do with now Cumberbatch back in the dugout with area there by Herbert.
Herbert is looking really relaxed out there, and she's not putting away the deliveries that Holder and Cumberbatch would have. So I'm not sure if she's trying to be too conservative, but I think she needs to probably up her game a bit here. Just try and get her strike rate up a bit.
Yes, plenty singles on the big area there, just to the left of extra cover. Not much of an effort there by Samaru.
And the thing about it was, all three deliveries were pretty much similar in length. So she could have actually done that with the first delivery, but
Matthews will into a deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and cover. So having that deep mid wicket and long on, there's plenty room on that leg side. To get that easy singles for Herbert and Dean, and we see Dean coming off the mark. As I say, a lot of bad balls already been bowled in this over. We know the likes of Cumberbatch was see shorter, the pull down and hit in that vacant mid wicket area. It's good work there on the boundary by, I believe, Harry Charan.
so at the end of 13, the score 74 for 2. Just a slight dip in the run rate right now. Nothing too drastic, but again, it's important that they keep up with it. I would love to see one of these batter be a bit more aggressive here.
Also, when Herbert and Cumberbatch was batting, Cumberbatch was the batter who was taking up that mantle, but Dean trying to settle it. I just want, if that is the case, so that what you want of one of these batters right now. I just think Dean need a little more time to build that confidence before Herbert start to do that, because obviously you don't want the set batter taking too much of a chance, as you see the field is very opened when Herbert is on strike.
That's what Shalini Samar will do. She'll just give you that flight delivery outside the off stump. She'll bowl one, she'll bowl two, but you need to pay attention to her arm ball as well. Because she does have a decent, quicker delivery. It's a bit of an inside edge there.
A bit bad communication there between Herbert and Dean. When Cumberbatch and Holder was batting, and when Herbert and Cumberbatch was batting, the communication between running between the wicket is really, really good. But between Herbert and Dean, there seems to be lacking that urgency to run those quick singles. Well played there to deep cover of Herbert. Herbert looking very, very comfortable.
Dean just taking the time to get prepared here. She's on 1 of 8. So they're using up some deliveries here. It's something that we've said time and time again about those middle overs.
Well played there too long on by Dean.
That pass really close to the off stump there. I think Herbert, she's trying now to try and get away a few of those deliveries, but it doesn't look like it's in her nature at all. Again, very contented to just see that through, and they go through for a single in the end.
I think Herbert was excited when she saw that half volley given on off stump there from Samaru. Probably just trying to go a bit hard there, but at the end of the 14th over, Barbados 77 for 2.
I understand that they're building an innings, they're trying to just make sure they don't lose wickets, but at the same time, I think it's a bit of poor batting on the part of Barbados as well, because there were quite a number of deliveries that they could have gone either side of the wicket, even just rotating the strike 1s and 2s, and they've been just contented to just see the ball out right.
But I have to correct you there, because I mentioned when you mentioned when Barbados was 54 after the 10th over, you said that you hope by the 15th over Barbados is 80 odd, and they are 77 at the start of the 15th over. So even though they are, as you say, not pushing the score right now, they're giving you exactly what you asked for, Mr. Mohammed.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, there was a room for a lot more improvement there. Yeah, they were going at 61 for 1, I believe, after 10. And the thing, though, is that if you have the opportunity to go past my prediction, then why not take it? Because at the end of the day, it'll just make an exciting chase for the Trinidad and Tobago team as well.
Yes, the scoring has really slowed down since the dismissal of Cumberbatch.
And it just goes to show, to add to your point, how easily at the end of a total 160 could be 180.
Yep. So it's a wide ball there by Matthews. But just to stress on it, you said that you wanted Barbados at 15 to be 80 odd. So Anna, you see how much the scoring has slowed down. So just imagine if they were I mean, it not to be aggressive or explosive, but if that consistency in terms of rotation of strike from Herbert and Dean was going on, Barbados could have be sitting nicely on probably a 90 in this 15th over.
Yeah, and again, it just goes just to add back to that point. 160 could have easily been 180 psychological advantage in their minds there. So it'd be very interesting to see where they would eventually end up at. But at the moment, Matthew is not helping Trinidad and Tobago course here. Maybe trying to add those few runs that Barbados missed.
And much of a flow or follow through there from Matthews. A follow through seems more like some a spinner than of a medium pacer. The run up is just as short as a spinner. As you see, as she delivers, she stands on and look.
So just 3 runs off this over so far. 2 wides in it as well. Last delivery off the halfway stage of this innings. So good delivery there to end the 15th over. So after halfway stage, the score is where I would have predicted it initially to be. It's 80 for 2. Usually you would see the drinks break here, but it took it a couple overs earlier due to the little scare, if you want to call it, from Dean. Again, we're just happy that she's out there batting still. She's going along really slowly though. She's on 2 of 14 deliveries. Herbert, she's on 21 of 37, and you would think that one of these two batters need to try and push things here. I mean, they have to do it against the likes of Shalini Samaru, but they need to do it sooner rather than later.
Yes, but they just can't allow Samaru to bowl 6 overs for 15 odd runs, and that's a very bad ball there by Samaru. Herbert not taking advantage of that bad ball. So yeah, so Barbados can't allow Samaru to bowl this 6 over for 10 or less runs. Thing, Barbados needs to try to force Samaru out of the bowling attack. Oh, that's a jump catch there. That's Harry Lal.
It is. It's Hari Lal there.
Let's take a look at the replay.
Another flighted delivery there, and probably one of the simplest of chances you would get as a fielder. It's really poor there from Hari Lal.
Oh,
And she's
poor.
bolder. That ball just clipped the bails on the way through. So Herbert, she goes for 21 of 40 deliveries. She was starting to look a bit impatient out there because she wasn't getting away the deliveries at all. Could that be a blessing in disguise for this Barbados team?
I can't say. I'll wait next 10 over to answer that question. But Herbert getting dismissed is similar to what happened yesterday, I believe, was Ramnath who got her wicket, uh, just clipping that off stump. Herbert very disappointed. But in comes uh, Campbell.
Yeah, Zelia.
Campbell, yeah, she normally opens the batting for Barbados, but so yesterday in yesterday's game she had a little niggle on her knee, and she did an excellent job when she went back on the field.
But she isn't walking out there too.
Yeah, she's not seems to be a bit of a limp. Uh, but probably when she runs some singles and her blood get hot, all that pain will just go away, and she will just want to enjoy batting out there.
So, are you saying that she's bagging her adrenaline here to carry out through the sittings,
Yes,
Brittany?
yes.
I know as players we usually tend to do that, but we do that in circumstances that we've been out there for a good 5, 10 overs already, and then carry on. But
How much time in your career where after a game it's only when you reach home you start to feel a pain and you're wondering when did this happen? When
Brittany, all I can say is probably after every single game. If you know my history in terms of injuries, we're lucky to have me sitting here after a few, but I'm not sure what's the flow here from this Barbados team. I mean, I'm happy to see Campbell going out in the middle to bat. The extent to her injury, which you pointed out earlier, I'm not 100% sure of, but I really hope whatever she does out there, it brings some sort of prosper to this Barbados team. But from a bigger picture, her injury doesn't get worse. Because you're talking about one of your future stars here from this Barbados team.
see Camel now joining Dean. Dean just 2 runs off 14 balls. We are in the 16th over. So viewers just reminding you that this is a 30 over game and not a T20 game. Campbell takes guard.
Herbert was the last wicket that fell, and I just want to touch on one thing after,
Batter right arm over 2 balls to you.
as we see Campbell taking her guard here. That's Shalini Samaru's first wicket today. She's in her third over, 2.4 overs, 1 for 4. Good figures as usual.
Punch nicely down at the ground there, Campbell. As you see Campbell trotting around off the mark. First ball.
Yeah, gingerly reaching to the next end. And I was gonna say that Herbert has shown that she has the patience to stay out there, but this is the stage, the developmental stage, where she needs to work on developing those stroke play now, because the way this modern game is, you can have all the patience out there. If your strike rate isn't up to par, it's cause for concerns.
Just see at the end of the 16th over, Barbados 82-3. But yes, at this age, we need to start to teach the younger players to know when to switch on. And it does happen even at a senior level, as you say, batting nicely, nicking it around and stuff like that. But there's always a stage in the game where that batter who is just looking for the singles and stuff and nicking around needs to take up the mantle of increasing that strike rate. As you see a change from the art bowl on air, you see Harry Charan.
It's a short delivery there to start off a spell. The Trinidad women, these young women, they bowl a lot of short deliveries here today as well. Had a lot of misfields. So definitely something coaches would want to work on.
Just flicks off the plat there, Dean, but straight to the short final fielder Orozco. Wide there by Hartran. Just training in line there, Hartran. He is supported by her teammates, which you love to see, when you see uh, a bowler or a batter or fielder having a bad day or finding it hard to adjust their line and length. You need that support from your teammates.
So wide delivery there from Harry Charan. Look back immediately at the umpire. She's been flirting with that wide line.
Dean missing out again there from getting that ball just a little to the left or right of that short final fielder.
So 84 for 3 now, 16.4 was the run rate, as we said, has slowed up tremendously here. Trinidad and Tobago, they're pulling back things quite nicely. But the batters, they aren't looking aggressive at all. One would hope that Campbell could turn things up as well. Dean is actually on 3 of 20 deliveries, so she needs to get things up and going as well.
Bit of a long over here by Harry. There's one ball to go in this over.
So at the end of 17 overs, the score now 85 for 3. The current run rate is exactly 5 runs and over. Campbell, who's just strolled out to the middle, she's on 1 of 1. Dean, she's on 3 of 21 deliveries. Harry Chan, she's now bowled her first over, conceding just 3 runs. It's pretty much an even matchup here to some extent, but the Trinidad and Tobago team, they're pulling back things into their favor, one might say.
Yes, they need to start to rotate the strike a little more. 3 of 21 balls into this 18th over of the match, as you see. Also taken over from skipper Samaru. Spit a leg break is going to be on display. On strike will be Campbell.
And that's a really flighted delivery there. Roscoe has been patrolling that mid-wicket boundary for quite some time now. She's sorry, my bad. That's Maria Lafuka. She was the one at the mid-wicket boundary there. Roscoe now talked about flighted deliveries from the spinner as well. She looks like she isn't afraid to fly those deliveries as well.
Oh, it's well played there by Campbell. Yes, those deliveries make you feel like you're drawing in honey. And not only that, it's flight. It's really really slow.
So when we talk about technique at this stage, Brittany, could we hear a bit of your experience in terms of that transition stage from, if you want to call it the junior level, into that senior team? What was what was the challenge for you in terms of technique and developing and correcting, if there were any, into that senior team?
Well, I wasn't fortunate enough to play at the under 19 level. When I came in, it did not had under 19 at that time. Under 19, I was a regional, because it wasn't called under 19 regional, it was an under 19 tournament that was hosted by the Trinidad and Tobago Women Association. And I see that Cricket West Indies has now come more on board in terms of to help with development. So, and back then, it did had Windward Islands and Leeward Islands. It was the likes of Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, all the individual islands, Dominica as well. So back then, you had a lot more teams, because I say it wasn't Windward Islands and Leeward Islands, but I wasn't fortunate enough to be playing at this level, because it was straight to the senior team for me.
So 2 deliveries remaining in this Roscoe over. And that's chipped in the air. One would have thought a much better effort would have been made by the keeper, but in the end, it just lands safely, and it's just another dot ball. You see the leading edge.
Both the bowler and the keeper looking at each other, but as you look at the replay, the ball was closer to the bowler than it was to the keeper.
So at the end of 18 overs, the score 88 for 3. And I specifically ask you that question because of the fact that you said something very important. There wasn't this form of cricket at that stage, which means to say the opportunity to develop these players transitioning into that senior team, it's a lot more opportunities that they're getting to work and develop and master their game in reaching. There's no ifs and buts. It's a totally different ball game playing at that senior level, but building that into that transitioning phase, this is a really, really key part of their cricketing career here.
Yes, I always say that. I always tell the younger players that I'm always jealous of them, because they have this opportunity to play so much cricket, where none of our senior players who ever thought that there will be under 19 tournament or under 19 World Cup, and for these under 19, most of these under 19 players having to play in such a big tournament like a World Cup at that age is an unbelievable experience. I'm so jealous that they have so opportunity. I wish I could just take off a little. I'll say 10 years, because I am only 33.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was going to say about 14, 15, but we'll stick to those 10 years because you could definitely pass for under 19 after you took off those 10 years,
Yes,
I must
yes,
say.
yes.
Right? So if you look at it from that perspective, I totally agree with you. Definitely
But
an
not,
athlete,
not
like I
only
said before.
not only for the opportunity to play on the 19, it's just that the opportunity to play cricket at a higher level for longer. As you see, as 5 wide down the leg side there from Harry Turan.
Yeah, not a poor bit of bowling there. And
not the best of work behind his Roberts. And it's not easy for a keeper to track the ball down a leg side, but we've seen almost any ball that's went to down leg uh, haven't really been cleaned up by Roberts. Very loud call there by Canwell for easy single down to a long off. We've seen, as I say, it's the seventh match of the tournament thus far. We have had many keepers. We have two from Trinidad and Tobago. We had Windward Islands. We had from Barbados. So far, who is your pick keeper or your keeper of the tournament? I'm not talking about this dismissal of class, but who has really impressed you behind the stumps?
I mean, it's an obvious choice for me. It has to be Sao, not just because of her wicket keeping, but of her batting ability as well. What she has, she has the ability where she can be both aggressive as well as moderate. But she's been really good behind the stumps as well. And just to draw back on that point we were talking about of that developing stages of the game. I mean, credit has to be given to the cricket board for hosting such a tournament like this, to help in the development of these players, helping them to go on to that West Indies under 19 team as well. That's a good shot there for one. But you talk about players playing in big tournaments and performing in big tournaments. 2016 would have been 7 years ago. Player of the match in that semi-final game, 61. Then carrying on into that finals as well. I'm sure, or is there something else that would have been a highlight of your career so far?
Yes, 2016 will always hold a special place in my heart. Uh, Being able to lead my team into a final, having been a part of consecutive semi-finals, semi-final in 2010, semi-final in 2012, semi-final in 2014, losing to Australia in most of those fixtures, and New Zealand, I believe in 2010 when it was held in the Caribbean as our first time in the semi-finals, and finally getting over the line to being in the finals and hitting that funny winning run, because I always look at that replay and wonder how did that player miss that stump, because I wasn't even a half pitch when she tried at the stump and the bowler was over the stump waiting, and the fielder decided to pelt at the stump. But it a lot of people will say, why is that not the highlight of your career thus far? But one of my highlights have to be 2018, where the World Cup, T20 World Cup was held in the Caribbean, and we were in St. Lucia, and St. Lucia crowd came out. And when we walk out to the anthems and listen to the crowd singing, you know, rally and just singing loud and strong and brave and proud. For me, that's the top highlight in my career thus far, because it's only now you're starting to see crowds in women cricket. And back in 2010, um, there were decent crowd, because we did play the semi-finals against New Zealand in St. Lucia as well. But 2018 was just passionate to see love that was being shown by the people of St. Lucia.
Yes, another wide delivery there from Roscoe, and that's exactly what these young women are playing for, to go on and get those highlights of their career. And as much as we would sit here and talk about that 61 and probably that 3 not out in that finals, just as you said, there was something special and that's really sentimental. Just winning a World Cup, but something you go on. Yes, I want to play cricket as a career, but I want to represent my people and see the support there. That's something that you will hold forever in your heart.
Forever and ever. I'm just praying that, before my international career ends, that I get to play an international match in Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, straightforward catch there to skipper Samaru Russell getting her first wicket of the match, and that's the end. Dean ended her innings 4 of 28 balls.
Yeah, Dean did not have a good time out there at all. And the contrast, it always gets to me. I mentioned this last night. We were in Beach last night for the opening of the T20 competition down there. And you see batsmen go out, lose wickets at a regular interval, and then somewhere along that line, you see somebody come in at 6 or 7 and play shots as though they were playing on a totally different track. They bat as though like they're in a totally different ball game. Compare that to the fielding aspect now. We've seen Trinidad and Tobago had horrible time in the field. I would say a horrible time in the beginning stage of this game, the first 14 overs or so. A lot of drop catches, and then you see a straightforward catch. The Shalini Samaru just made it look as easy as possible. It was an easy catch in the end, but it's good. It went straight to her. She's leading from example. And I think that's something that players should note as well. From a seniority role comes straight down, these younger players would look up to you. So you're the one that has to step up and say, hey, let me try and correct this for my team. Lead from the front, build that confidence back up into the side, and carry it from there. Because a lot of times these younger players would look up to the senior players, and I'm sure you can attest to what I'm saying too.
Yes, being a senior player, you want honor. Well, whatever age group you play, whether it be, because on a senior team there's senior, and then there's a senior junior. So you always want to set a certain standard on the field, whether you're batting or bowling and stuff. So, and it's good to see skipper Samaru has been that player with bat and ball thus far. As we see, new batter Holford facing her first ball. Really, really decent bowling by Roscoe. Bowling a better line and length compared to the game she played Friday. Well played there by Holford. And that's the end of the 20th over. Barbados 97 for 4. See that run rate has now dropped on 5 runs per over. Good bowling and fielding by Trinidad and Tobago to pull, apply pressure and take wickets here. As you see, Samaru is now bowling from the Attlebowden end. See, Campbell is getting some treatment on that knee we spoke about earlier. She seemed to injure in the game yesterday as a physio added some cold spray. We see most of Trinidad and Tobago feelers on their knees or taking a little rest as you see here keeper Roberts trying to let us stand on the feet, but it's really really hot out here. And I don't give the players wrong to probably just take a little stoop or sit to get off their tired feet.
So just to make mention again of that, as we see on the screen here, this is the actual scorecard from that semi-final. Brittany Cooper, she made 61 of 48 deliveries, 5 fours and 2 sixes. And along with Stephanie Taylor, 25 of 26, Haley Matthews, 16 of 14. We'll get back to that in a second. See, Mr. Prasad could just pull that up again for us.
Good one. My co-commentator, Mr. Mohammed, said he needed to, go use the bathroom. And as soon as he reached back, I see a score card on the monitor.
This was all Mr. Prasad's doing, and I thank you for that, Mr. Prasad. And Marissa Aguilera, 15 of 10 deliveries. Shamin Campbell, she was unfortunately run out without scoring, but just to show that highlight of that scorecard there, Brittany Cooper, 61 of 48, really defining knock, I would say. Under pressure a bit, but you made it look really easy in the end. But what I must say, one of the reasons why that innings, to me, would always stand out despite you all winning a World Cup. And I'll get back to that in a second. I will delay my thought for you in a second there as we see Shalini Samaru just making a slight adjustment to the field because she's getting that ball to come in a lot to Campbell because one of to Halford, I should say, as we see it there again, the ball goes straight to the field. This is excellent from Samaru, not because of natural off break, but because of that wind she's getting to help her with that delivery to drift. And as I was saying before, winning a semi-final game to heading to a final, to me, is even more crucial in terms of the pressure that is there. I know a lot of people will have their different opinions on that, but usually when you reach to that stage, you're practically playing 2 finals, and that to me is one of the reasons why that knock would always stand out. And to make things even better, to have all 3 titles that said year, and to have the entire West Indies women's and men team celebrating will definitely be, to me, one of the proudest moments as a West Indian supporter.
Yes, we given the opportunity to stay back and watch the men games. I remember being in the stands and watching that last over between Stokes and Buffett, and just looking at those balls sailing over the line. Everything seemed to just be going right for Buffett just in that last over, and being able to be there to share that moment with the men, because when they won in 2012, as you know, that the men and women was playing the T20 at the same time, same venue, the women played before the men and so forth. We weren't there to save her into the victory for the men winning their World Cup, because as soon as we lost in that semi-finals, in a couple of hours we were on a plane shoot back to the Caribbean. As you see, a bit of misfield there by Roscoe, and
4 runs there against the run of play. So at the end of 21 overs, the score now 106 for 4. And I'll let you continue that point, Brittany, because I want to say something as well after that.
Yes, being able to be uh, in the gardens and share, and uh, cricket in India is like a god, and seeing that crowd, and I don't think people realize how important it is. Not even that winning a World Cup, but just winning a game for West Indies. How much it how good it feels, because we know um, we are not as fortunate as a lot of other countries in terms of development, infrastructure, the administrators behind them, facilities and so forth. We a bunch of islands where everyone living in different countries and having to go fly. We talk about flying in the state as a lot of different countries there, but the fact that we are totally different cultures, totally different personalities, so much that for a coach or a captain has to work on, because we know it's not easy when you already have 15 to 16 different personalities, but when they have 15 to 16 different culture and you're trying to merge it together to want to create one culture, it's not the easiest of things.
And what I can tell you is that I was watching that game from an undisclosed location, and it was, like I said, not just for everyone there, but for me personally, I felt as though. Continue here. Oh, it's a loopy delivery there. Fortunately, she got away with that. I felt as though what you all did that year, you brought back. You're always gonna have your loyal supporters. There's no ifs and buts, win, lose or draw. Despite you lose more than you win, you're always gonna have that support. I'm just saying it as it is. But what you all did that year is that you brought back some sort of hope for people who did not believe in West Indies cricket anymore. And that to me was one of the most, it was a very emotional sight as well for the true supporters. I remember shedding a tear or two after those sixes were hit. But what was even more important was the support that the women's team had for those men as well. You all celebrated that win like you all won the World Cup for the second time that day. And that to me would always say something about the unity and the camaraderie between the men and women team in West Indies cricket. We're always going to have our ups and downs, but that year of 2016 will definitely be a memory for the rest of, I would say, cricketed history.
Forever and ever.
Couldn't put it any better. As we continue here, 22nd over being bowled. And you see, it's a topic that was started because of the fact that it just goes to show the same way we're talking about those moments. Come 5, 6 years from now, even a year or two from now, we might be mentioning, hopefully mentioning, some of these young women holding a trophy, won, but not forgetting the under 19, the under 17 cricket, the developmental cricket with the boys as well, the regional cricket that is playing here, a lot of cricket playing throughout the Caribbean as we speak right now. So it's always going to be a topic that's up for discussion, one, but up for discussion in developmental games like this. Because like I said, we hopefully this cricket here would lead to more titles in the near future. We could be talking about these said names that is out here playing here today.
Yes, as I say, these younger players have a lot to look forward to. They have the under 19 World Cup, but a lot of our senior players haven't had. They also have Commonwealth Games, as we know. Cricket is now, women's cricket is now part of Commonwealth Games, and hopefully in the next 3 to 5 years, we see cricket be added to the Olympic Games. So it's really, really good opportunity here for these younger players. There's a lot of cricket to be played, and you see there also there's involvement of more female franchise league around the world. As you know, our current franchise leaders, the Fair Break, is being played in Hong Kong, and we have the likes of Haley Matthews Stephanie Taylor, retired Leandra Dutton. We have Shamilia Cornell, who is currently representing the region in an international franchise competition.
So a lot of cricket going on, a lot of cricket to be followed, and that's why it's exciting for this young talent to just showcase what they got here.
Barbados going along here nicely. Uh, just breaching that 100 mark the previous over. Nice little partnership here by Campbell and Hartford. Skipper Samaru into a fifth over.
Must say Campbell, she's one of those really talented players in this Bajan setup. It's I know she's out there batting. It's really unfortunate today she's not 100%.
Yes, Campbell is a player who I won't say don't like sticking around. She always tries to score off every ball she picks. She's not the strongest, but she played some really class shot yesterday. After coming out to bat after picking up an injury earlier in her innings, and that's the end of the 22 over. Barbados 109 for 4.
Batter new bowler on this and right arm over the wicket with 6 balls coming.
Campbell just taking back a guard there. Looks like she's batting on a middle. She's initially started on middle and leg. That alone could show how she's in a bit of discomfort out there. That stride wasn't confident at all. She reached to the pitch of the ball. She's one of the taller ones out there, is Campbell. Oh, and that's a fly to delivery. A full toss in the end. And even though she's injured, she wobbled and only took a few footsteps to reach down the track. One would hope that she recovers really fast because she has a lot of cricket ahead of her as well. And as we were talking about injuries here, what I can say, I know that Brittany would just be eager to leave my side because if she stays here a bit longer, her finger might remain injured for another week or two. Must apologize to you again on here. Myself is known for having a lot of injuries in the most weirdest of fashions, so maybe that's your cue to stay a bit further away.
You are safe now. I'm safe now. Ooh, and a missed thumping opportunity there by Robert.
Yeah, but on a serious note, though, I really wish you a speedy recovery and hope to see you back out there in the middle really soon as well.
Yes, it's never easy picking up an injury. I hate sitting down and watching the game, especially when it's being so close to a regional tournament. Yeah, me really wish I could just be out there.
So at the end of 24 overs, the score 110 for 4. Ttwca U19, excellent over there, just one. But what I can tell you to end that topic is that I'm really happy that you're sitting here next to me and commentating in this game. So, 6 overs remaining in this Barbados innings.
Fifth over. We see Matthews returning. Oh, big outside edge there uh, by Campbell. Might just go all the way for a boundary, yes. Violent effort there by Harilal, but a welcome boundary there for the likes of Campbell and Barbados. So take a look. Campbell there going for a big one over mid wicket and just missing out, but she wouldn't mind to say 4 is 4, no matter where it comes off the bat. Another one. This one looked like it was deliberately hit by Campbell. Just a bit short and wide there by Matthews. And right in that gap, Matthews bowling to a deep in the wicket, long and long and deep cover. Some adjustment being made there by skipper Samru. Cover coming inside the circle. We're gonna have a deep third man. As we see caterer Susan bringing us lunch. I'm about to leave the commentary booth and leave you, Mr. Mohammed, because you know it's that time.
Well, we have about 5 overs remaining, so I'll let you on to stay. Yeah. It's just chipped in the air there. Easy run in the end. Remember, you aren't really stressing on that first run, or any run I should say, because of that injury to Campbell.
Kamala going around here nicely.
So 115 for 4. Almost to the, we're halfway through over number 25. We could probably reach like a 117 at the end of this over. With 5 overs remaining, I think we could reach up to that 150, 160 mark.
It will have to be how these batters, Campbell and Herford, approach in the next 5 overs. Signals are there for Campbell just getting 2 boundaries of the first 2 balls in this over. She using her feet and getting that outside edge again. Uh, Chance for Barbados to better the score yesterday. You know, Barbados scoring 129 in the game against Trinidad yesterday. Campbell very busy in the wickets, not in terms of running because you know she's carrying an injury, but busy in terms of trying to get that scoring up for Trinidad for Barbados. It's a bit limping there. Campbell using her bat as a walking stick right now.
rate just under 5 at the moment. We're hoping that they can try to get up to about 8 to 10 runs and over from here, reach up to about 160. What they'll need someone to take some risk, hit some lofty drives. Turgadin, she has extra cover, deep wicket, long on, long off.
Quick single there by Campbell, but chance for a run out. The keeper, and not a strong throw there by skipper Samaru.
I think she took off late to get that ball, because if she was a bit more attentive there, there could have easily been a chance for a run out, especially at the non-strikers end. But something to pay attention to as well, despite Campbell wobbling out there, she only needs a few strides to reach to the next end as well.
Yes, Campbell still giving it her all. Chop catch opportunity there. Matthews put it down one.
I think she was a bit surprised at how slow that ball came back to her.
Bit close there, extra cover.
It's an excellent delivery there from Durgadin. And what I like about these Trinidad spinners, they aren't afraid to flight the ball, trying to extract whatever the surface is offering.
And I really like that these batters are trying to use their feet. That we didn't see much of probably when Herbert was batting. We know that the likes of Kamabacha and Holder didn't get to face the spinners, but it's good to see Campbell and Herbert, not Herbert, sorry, Hofford trying to use their feet as played straight back to the boulder. And that's the end of 26 over. Barbados 122 for 4. we see Khan coming back for her second spell of the day. A little delayed as Campbell needed some treatment for her injured knee. Khan bowling 4 overs for 25 runs thus far. Was a bit expensive in her first spells. Adding a little 2 wickets to that 25 will make her figures look even more decent.
I would have loved to seen Shalini Samaru bowl on a last over from that end with three overs remaining in the innings because of the fact that the injury to Campbell, it actually restricts her from using her feet to the spinners. But I mean, they have something else in mind here, the Trinidad and Tobago unit. And again, what I can tell you is Campbell has shown that she is very versatile. But when you have an injury, especially to your leg, that is going to hamper all parts of your game. But she's out there batting still. She's on 19 not out. That's a good stroke. And another misfield there, this time from the skipper herself, Shalini Samaru.
She was very disappointed with herself, knowing that would have been a dot ball if she has stopped the ball. But good cleanup there by Duidin.
I would love to hear what Coach Jimran Mohammed has to say.
It's a full toss down the lead and flicked away by Halford for a welcome four. If Barbados could get a boundary in every over and those odd wides or 3 single, it would be easy for them to get to that 150, 160 mark. As we see, Khan has been having a really, really hard day in the bowling department.
It's as though that drop catch earlier on just threw her off really badly, and it's not something we've accustomed seeing from her. So maybe she's just having an off day, but it just sums up what the Trinidad and Tobago fielding outfit has produced today.
Or maybe Khan is just missing her bowling partner, Mitchell. They have been bowling beautiful together. Pulling some really good partnership, applying pressure, taking early wickets for Trinidad and Tobago. So, probably she's missing her opening partner of Mitchell.
And again, this is no disrespect to any of the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, but the reality of it is you always going to have those one or two players who's just above the rest. Mitchell, she is and has been one of those players throughout this competition. And again, it's because of her control with her variations. But someone else has been given an opportunity today. And while I do understand bowling in those partnership tandems, Khan, being the player she is, should have adjusted to suit.
Yes, it's the end of the 27th over. Barbados 127 for 4.
Yeah, I was saying that I would love to hear what Coach Jibran Mohammed and assistant coach Anissa Mohammed has to say after this innings. But I think it'll more happen after the game because they'll still have to go and chase down a total regardless of whatever the score is. But it could have easily been 20 to 30 runs less, and I'm being very generous when I say that.
Yes, we know early on in the innings there's a lot of miss. I feel that eventually went to fours in this Trinidad fielding innings. So as you said, at least 20 to 30 runs has come off of those misfield.
So Shalini Samaria, she is for her final over. Yeah, Campbell in a bit of discomfort there. I think that was good on the part of keeper Roberts to just
Robert's laughing now. I can see you see Robert's laughing, but we're looking at two different monitors. Two different monitors.
No benefit of the doubt there, Dr. Roberts. Even with that, you can see that she doesn't have the ability to come forward as cleanly as she usually does. She's out there fighting and she's on 21. Holford is on 11 of 30 deliveries, so she's been out there for some time as well.
As Alford facing most of the ball in this partnership.
Not just shipped in the air, but lands safely. So 2 deliveries left in this Shalini Samaru's quota of overs for today. And that's an outside edge. They'll go for one. It's gonna run really close to the boundary and in the end just trickles away for 4. So a welcome boundary. They don't mind how it comes. Excellent bowling again from skipper Samaru.
And the keeper Roberts there going with gloves, and when it realized it passed the gloves, try to kick that right foot out to stop it. See Roberts there apologizing to skipper Samaru.
Another good delivery. So at the end of Shalini Samaru's spell, she's bowled 6 overs, 20 runs, 1 wicket. Another good day for
Yes.
Samaru.
Another good day, and I say kudos to Barbados. So we know that that 4 runs eventually made Samaru figures look a little different as what she expected. But I like the fact that we spoke about earlier that Barbados should not let Samaru, her being the leading spinner in the team today, only go for 10, 15 runs. So, you know, a bowler as Samaru, her caliber being a senior bowler that has too much experience, getting 20 runs off just under, say, 5 runs per over is not too bad.
Yes, certainly not. Always has a decent economy rate. That's a loud appeal there. Probably just going down the leg. Paya there has the best seat in the house to make those decisions. Obviously, we have the benefit of the replays after, which is slowed up quite tremendously for us. As we see, Khan just getting that ball to angle in a bit, and again that one looks really, really close. But umpire has made his decision.
Can bowl in her last over of the day. Things set up nicely here for Barbados to get to at least 140, 145. I know we were searching for that 150, 150, but really happy how, you know, the improvement from yesterday's game and also the first game against Windward Islands. There's always no silliness, and that's how you don't always have to finish or start. You know, Barbados to start the competition as well as they would have liked, but look at the improvement now. When we start don't always determine your finish. As you see, well placed there by Herford. Should be 2 runs, but we know Campbell is struggling with a bit of an injury with her knee, which is kind of restricted Barbados a little in terms of trying to push for those quick twos or look for a quick single within the circle. But Campbell going about her innings pretty well. 22 off 26 watts odd.
It's a wide delivery there from Khan.
Oh,
Again, every time she tries to get that speed
speed.
in,
Yeah.
her body just trips away, and that ball just goes with the angle.
As well take there by keeper Roberts. Really good ball there by Khan. It's one ball to go in her spell. She will love to get a wicket off this last ball.
It's final delivery of over number 29 as well. One over remaining after this. There are 136 for 4. They can somehow manage to reach that 150 mark. They would think that they would have a challenge in total for this Trinidad and Tobago outfit. So Khan today finishes with a little bit on the expensive side of what we have accustomed to. She's finished 6 overs for 35 runs. Campbell, she's still out there trying her best. She's on 23 not out. Halford, she's on 17 of 36. Really has been the best time in terms of stroke playing from her.
I made a joke with Campbell yesterday because she picked up the injury when she was batting, but when she went back out to bat, she seemed to be batting way much better with the injury. So I asked her, I was like, then I was at that time I was getting treatment by the physio, and I asked him a question. I say, do you think the reason why she started batting so good after the injury is it because that the restriction from that for her knees from allowing her to play certain shots is actually making her play proper cricket shots because you know she would not be able to do certain stuff a normal batter would do, but the fact that she's being so careful and she's being still and she's trying to keep that balance between her front foot and her back foot, and no she can't go across the line to play that big sweep. Do you think that could be a reason?
Yes, certainly so. But what she has done, she has actually has the control as well to restrict herself from playing those types of shots. But in this case, it was forced. So she's back to the basics rather than being innovative. But I think it is hampering her game here a bit because we could have seen a lot more runs from her on show here. Durgani, she's done really well here. She's into her third over. This is the last over of the innings. A score 139 for 4. Alford just not being able to connect at all there.
Would like to see a little more aggression from her for this being the last over of the game. Barbados do have 6 wickets in hand. Yeah, it is a big heave to mid wicket. Might or should be 2, but Campbell unable to push for that second run. As you know, she's carrying an injury. But she has an opportunity to face uh, the 5th ball of the final over.
Yeah, my man Paul there doing the fielding almost had a collision on the boundary a couple deliveries ago. So all well and fine. So Campbell she'll be on strike for the final delivery. of this Barbados innings. At one point, you would have thought that could have gotten to at least 150, but scoring 140 for 4. They still have a score on the board to go out there and defend. Here we go, final delivery. And they'll only get a single to wrap things up here. So at the end of 30 overs, the Barbados team, they end up on 141 for 4.
Yeah, so decent score here by Barbados. I said the improvement from their first two games. The first game they scored 79, and yesterday they scored 128. So a decent defendable score for Barbados bowlers to work with. And we'll be right back with the second innings for Trinidad and Tobago. Please do enjoy your lunch.
So we're back here live at the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver for the run chase between Trinidad and Tobago under 19 girls and the Bajan under 19 team as well. Barbados in the first innings they scored 140 and they allotted 30 overs.
Yes.
Trinidad and Tobago they'll be chasing 141. It's not a score that they're not accustomed to. They've reached that score a couple times already in the Tri Nations series. And alongside me is West Indies women's player, Miss Brittany Cooper.
Yes. Your voice is sounding, a little stronger. I believe you had lunch.
Yeah, it's the roti. I'm not gonna lie, it's the roti that has me up so.
Yes, as you rightfully said, Trinidad and Tobago it has reached this 140 mark. Well, they reached that 140 mark by batting first. I don't think they have ever had to chase over, I believe, 128 or 120. Yeah, to chase 128 against Barbados yesterday. So, extra 12 runs added here. We know that yesterday Trinidad lost wickets trying to chase this 140. But outside of those 6 wickets, he had likes of Joseph, he had Mitchell, he had Ramnath, he had Sao, who was in that 11 yesterday. All those 4 players are not in today's starting 11. So, I won't say a makeshift batting lineup, but an opportunity for other batters to get some time in the wicket and get some runs under the name. As we see, we have Manpaul and Roberts opening the batting for Trinidad and Tobago. This pair actually opens the batting for the club team Achievers. So they are accustomed with each other in the wicket. So they will be hoping to give Trinidad and Tobago a really good start here.
Yeah, and just to add to your point to the viewers who are now looking in, those players mentioned above by Brittany is that this is the final game of the Tri Nations series. Trinidad and Tobago, they've undefeated so far leading up to this final game, and they've just changed it up a bit, allowing players who haven't had the opportunity to go out there and perform, they're giving them a chance to go out there and showcase their talent. And I think it's brilliant on the part of the team itself.
Yes, as we see, Herbert is going to be the bowler opening the bowling for Barbados on the at bowler end. Behind the stumps today, we have the captain Trishan Holder. We know Trishan Holder is she can bat, she can bowl, and as we see today, she can wicket keep.
So 141 for victory. 2 fielders out. We have just making a slight adjustment there. We have extra cover. Looks like just 1 player is out.
Yes, very confident field here by Herbert, just having a deep cover, no fielder out on the side. And you see she's been very consistent with that lying outside off. Full force support here by the skipper Holder with this field. And
Yeah.
tried to dodge the third man, but well fielded by.
Yeah, that fielder there looking like Kamaya Broom on the edge of the circle. It's not a flighted delivery there. Go through for an easy single. So the first runs off the bat for Trinidad and Tobago. More so off the bat of Roberts. Roberts, who is the wicket keeper in this encounter for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 women's team.
Roberts a very aggressive batter, but she know in today's game she don't have the backing of Joseph, Sal, and Ramnat, so she will be with the likes of Samuel, another senior batter in this lineup. As we know, the outfield is very fast here at National Cricket Center.
That's a good delivery there, just short of a length. Because of a high arm action, she would get a little more bounce as well. Pretty decent so far, keeping that line outside the off stump.
Single out the offer there, but turned down by Roberts. Loving Hubert's action. And that's the end of the first over, trying to make a one without loss.
I don't want to use the word glitch in any loose manner here, and I'm sure you can understand where I'm coming from. It's a bit unorthodox, some of these arm action, and as a batter, it kind of catches you off guard, especially when you've never seen them for the first time. And immediately someone like Soil Tanvir comes to mind, and we have a couple guys on the local circuit here, especially some in minor league as well, who you haven't seen in your life just running on bowl. I remember playing down in Pinal, and first time this guy came into bowl, first ball, thumbs went pitching. Unfortunately, it wasn't mine, but it allowed me to actually see his arm action. So it's a bit of a surprise bowler, I call them, when you see them for the first time. It makes it worse when some of them has pace as well. It makes it difficult. Have you ever encountered those in your career so far?
Yes, I have, and it it, it works to certain batters. Because you know some batters read the ball off the pitch, some read the ball from the bowler's hand. So if you're a batter that reads the ball from the bowler hand, then you have a good sight, and it's early to see that release point. But you know, whenever you're reading that ball off the pitch, that action tends to throw you off, because you see some bowlers coming with the ball over the head. As you look at this India bowler, a pace bowler, he's now injured.
Just with Bumrah.
Yes, yes, the likes of Malinga, saw that he comes from this slingy action. One of the best.
Very tight call in the end there. Have some tight calls indeed in this match so far. Excellent work by our producer and cameraman, Mr. Jason Passad and Mr. Steve Munsami. Could we get that one more time, Mr. Passad? It's going out two without a loss. So wide delivery there. It's very interesting here, as you see. An excellent piece of fielding by the vice captain, Komobach.
As you see, the umpire is watching the ball, is watching the ball.
Just in time, you must say.
I might have to zoom up on that crease there. Because of that, at our angle, we see in line. We're looking like if the bat is over the line, but we know when the angle is straight and we're looking at side on, most of the time the bat is on the line, and we know the line belongs to the umpire.
What I will say though, and I've said it a few times during this commentary broadcast, is that the umpire, he has the best view. And at the end of the day, his decision is what matters out there. But after all of that, the score now 3 without loss. both batters, they're off the mark. Manpol, she's on 1 of 6. Roberts is on 2 of 5.
Yes, both batters off the mark from misfield from Barbados end. So, just flick off a hit. Be a chance for a run out here. A good throw. And that's the end of Manpol innings. Not Roberts' call at all. Manpol said no from the start, but Roberts kept running to the non-striker end. We take a look at this replay.
Yeah, that's just a waste of a wicket there. Good work though from this Bajan team, and I was about to say something at the end of the over, but these 2 overs that have been bowled so well, these 2 overs that have been bowled so far, as we take a look at the run out here.
Yes, as we take
Silly
it back
call.
a bit. You see Manpol telling Roberts no, but Roberts came. Back more, camera, back a little more. As you can see right there, when Roberts was still close to her crease, Manpol saying no, but Roberts continued running. Will you think it was early enough for Roberts to turn around and get back in her crease, as the fielder did not even release the ball. But in comes Amelia Khan coming in at number 3.
Yeah, last delivery in this second over. And just like that, the Bajan side, they've come out really high on confidence here. They're feeling so far, but apart from that slight misfield before, the energy level has been extremely high out there. So that's good to see. Something totally opposite for when Trinidad started their fielding innings. So that's the end of a good over there from Halford. Just 2 runs off it, and the important wicket, a run out of Manpol. 3 for 1 now at the end of over number 2. So I have a bit of, I want to say, I'll just say a question to you. In a situation like that, have you ever encountered where you just stood your ground and left your partner running at the other end? Or do you feel obligated to continue the single?
No, I believe almost another chance for a run out there. Clearly, communication hasn't been the best forte of Trinidad and Tobago today. But I, when I said no, I say no. Believe me, the 3rd umpire, 4th umpire, 5th umpire will hear me say no. And as I said, that call was Manpol's own, as Roberts' back was turned. A chance for another run out here, and there they go again. Again, Roberts, not Roberts' call. Again, not Roberts' call, and you see Roberts just running down the wicket. As we take a look at the replay, as you see, Robert just played and went running, and the ball didn't even pass the fielder, or the fielder didn't even reach the ball, and Robert just went running.
Very unfortunate, but it's like a case of sorry, not sorry in the end for Roberts, because there was never a run there though. That ball went straight to the fielder, who was at short third man. I'm not sure if she saw something different out there.
I'm
Pretty
trying.
much suicidal in the end, and it showed.
Very much suicidal. Clearly something the coaching staff will have to work on in the near future. As you know, the team is also preparing for the regional under 19 tournament.
So we have Maria Lafourcade, who's joining Amelia Khan out in the middle.
how costly these runouts going to cost Trinidad and Tobago? How much lost their two openers, both who are both on running on each, and they have two new batters, Khan and Laf, in this wicket right now.
We'll have to wait and see how this innings progress. But what I will say, it has definitely given Barbados the upper hand in the beginning of this inning so far.
Yes, chasing Trinidad and Tobago chasing a total of 141 for victory. They're missing four of their senior players in this team. I said three of the senior batters also have Ram not playing, Sam not playing, and Joseph not playing. A big dent in Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup, but an even bigger dent now that both Trinidad and Tobago batters are now in a dugout within the space of 3 overs. Jeez, oh, bird.
And that's another wicket there. Herbert, no. That's an excellent return catch from her. Lafoucade, she has to go really early. Struck that really firmly in the end and a good catch. Don't underestimate how good that catch was from Herbert. Excellent reflexes in the end there.
I kind of lost for words, right? Really, really good catch there by her, but it's never whether it come easy, it hard, or it come hard. There's always an extra bit of pressure with you being the bowler, and you know that ball is coming back to you because you know if you drop it, you have nobody else to blame or nobody is to be upset at. But in comes to the wicket skipper Samaru. 3 quick wicket. Barbados really, really on top of things, really on top of things right now. Samaru and Khan will have to build a big, big partnership to try to get Trinidad and Tobago back on board. 3 wickets, 3 runs, third over, bowling.
All trees here at the moment. As we see the trees swaying gingerly in the background there. What I will tell you is that Barbados has stunned the Trinidad and Tobago team. They stunned the supporters here, as well as my co-commentator, Miss Brittany Cooper, as she takes a drink of water to compose herself in the commentary booth here. Excellent, excellent from this page on the side. And as I said before, they came out onto the field looking like they were on a mission. They came out with a purpose, and it was the complete opposite of that Trinidad and Tobago start.
Yes, very much so. I think earlier on, between innings break, we had a presentation for Miss Mercer Aguilera, who recently got inducted into the MCC member. So we was thinking that, you know, probably that would bring some motivation for Trinidad and Tobago, but clearly Barbados taking advantage of the opportunity to see Mercer Aguilera be appreciated by the Trinidad and Tobago cricket board, by our very own vice president, Mr. Bassarat. Oh my gosh, let me take a look at that. Oh, Barbados are on top of things. You just feeling the energy. Who was on top of things? People. Let's look at where that.
Just outside leg stump there. This is an excellent, excellent over from Herbert.
At the end of the third over, Trinidad and Tobago, I would say 3 from 3, but
Yes.
3 wickets down as well.
Score 3 for 3 of 3 overs. That last over there.
But even with those 3 wickets being down, I look at the bottom, of the monitor. Trinidad and Tobago need 138 from 162 balls. So it's still room or still time where these batters can give themselves some time to see what's going on there. Our skipper Sam, who has been in good nick in this tournament, can be now promoted up the order. Will have a chance to get some runs under her belt and hopefully be one of the batters that can carry Trinidad and Tobago to victory.
Yeah, and one of the main reasons for that promotion is the fact that the players that have been left out, primarily batters on the side. So it's really good to see what Amelia Khan has on offer. She's facing her first delivery here today. Didn't have the best of times with the ball out there, so she'd be looking to make amends with a bat. So wide delivery there from Holford. What Barbados has to do and continue to do is not allow these two batters to settle. And one of the ways in which they would do that is avoid those extras.
Yes, but they just have to continue to take wickets in this innings.
Much better delivery there.
But it's some might say a side, you look at the score and you see a side for sore eyes, but this is an opportunity for the coaches or the management staff to see, the work that needed to be done on the other players, because you basically take out the strength of your batting order in terms of the two openers and another top batter in Joseph. So it's an opportunity to see what work needs to be done, because chances are if those three batters continue playing, let's say, and they score the ball could run right through, God forbid, say we go in regional tournament and they don't score any runs, then you see the weakness of the team. I don't want to see the weakness of the team within a tournament. So this is an opportunity for the coaches to see, okay, we need to do a little more work on the middle order or the tail enders, as some may say.
And to continue in that same vein, it will also give them options as well in case something were to happen. So it's all plus for them in a situation like this. And we mentioned a couple times before, there's a lot of cricket being played.
That's pulled away by skipper Samuel. Chance for another run out there. A stronger throw would have seen Khan struggling a bit there.
I'm not sure what Amelia Khan was doing, but she took off extremely late on that run. It was a simple single in the end.
Yeah, it's a simple single that is Samuel call. I think probably some work needs to be done on whose call should be who in terms of working on communication, because a lot of ball watching is been going on in terms of a miscommunication in terms of what is a single and what not is.
A short delivery there. No damage being done.
We saw Hofford bowl into a long off and deep cover and short and pulled away there by Khan to deep square leg. Beautiful shot. Very convincing. Let me take a look back at the replay.
Yeah, the first real signs of aggression there from Amelia Khan. And it goes back to the point, if it's there to hit, capitalize. That's exactly what she did. And when you have a score like this, you're chasing 130, you have 131 remaining, initially 141, you're chasing down. You have 180 deliveries to go at. A lot more deliveries if you think about a runner ball just knocking it around. when you get the opportunity to put away the bad balls, look at what it did for her strike rate. Yes, she's pretty new out there, but immediately she went off 3 of 1 to 5 of 4. Her strike rate jumped up above 100. You have Shalini Samari now. She's back on strike. She's faced 5 deliveries. She just has that solitary run to her name. What she has to do with Amelia Khan is build a partnership here. If they could somehow manage to sneak in a wicket or two again, I'm telling you, this will be... It's already nervous moments for the Trinidad and Tobago team, but they'll definitely be exposed.
As we see Herbert bowling her third over of this game and played down to log off by skipper Samuel. And I think Herbert's next two over, which include this one, her third and her fourth, will be very important in terms of how the game could swing. Because as you can see, Herbert's been the best bowler for Barbados. That's fine. 2 wickets coming off a run out, and she's got a little wicket to her name. But look at the line and the length Herbert's been bowling. She's bowling to her field, and she's getting the back end of the fielder as well. So Trinidad and Tobago have to decide, are we going to try to take Herbert out of the lineup right now, or are we just going to milk and let she bowl the next 3 overs for 5-10 other runs?
Which I don't think is the correct approach. I spoke about it with Shalini Samaru earlier on. They managed to get 20 runs off her overs. But you think about 20 runs in the context of the game still not being much. But...
And there's another wicket for her, and we just talk about the importance of getting another wicket here for Barbados. She has been the key bowler in this series for Barbados. As you see, a full toss, hitting straight back, an easier catch compared to the first wicket of of Lafoucault.
that ball actually dipped a bit there. Loopy full toss, if you want to call it that. Full toss that could have gone anywhere.
It looks coming to the wicket, Brianna Harcharan.
So Trinidad and 11 for 4 after 4.4 overs. They're not only feeling the heat of the sun out there, they're feeling the heat of the Bajans as well.
And not the way the coach skipper will like the scorecard to look, but kudos for Barbados. They've been excellent. They've been excellent. As I spoke about, how game after game Barbados has been improving, and now that improvement has now shifted in to their fielding and bowling.
Yeah, the pressure they've exerted out there in the field, I can definitely tell you, has led to a couple of those wickets via the run-out route. Trinidad and Tobago, they have not helped their cause in any ways. Herbert, she's bowling excellently here. 2.4 overs, 2 runs, 2 wickets. Umpire's just having a word there with the batter. Not 100% sure what exactly it's about.
Last ball of Herbert still over. Oh, and an inside edge there by Archer, and might just trickled away. Should just be 2, but it's 1 as again poor communication between the batters. And that's the end of the 5th over. Trinidad and Tobago 12 for 4.
Yeah, really poor there from skipper Shalini Samaro and Hari Charan. They're already in so much troubles out there. What will build their confidence? Not just staying out there in the middle, but scoring runs as well. So we see even the bird is enjoying the cricket here. What a seat to have, Miss Brittany Cooper.
If you had an opportunity to say, the middle of something where they could carry up there and you sit down and watch 5 overs of the game or so forth, would you?
Could you repeat that one more time? I want to make sure I heard that properly.
Let's say you get the opportunity to go exactly, not exactly where that bird is, but to go up there and I won't say sit because of you be in a cage and so forth, to sit there and watch about the 5 overs of the game. Would you go and enjoy that beautiful view that that bird is getting up there?
The way my life has been, that's not easy. Yes, I'll go up there and flash.
Well, I see. I must agree with our producer, Mr. Prasad. It's a no for me as well. I don't need all that thrill. My thrill could happen on the ground. The only time I should be in the air is when I'm flying or if I'm jumping to catch a ball.
I'll be going up there with my cape. There's a lovely bit of batting there for Hari Charan. So that's her first boundary of this innings. Excellent shot. Full toss and just put away. Probably not exactly where she intended it to go, but she'll take it nonetheless. And as you mentioned before, the outfield here has always been quick.
As you see, Cumberbatch taking over from the bowling of Ford. Yeah. A big quicker one there. Hari Charan getting her bat down just in time.
I think she did excellently there to get something on that ball, because I can tell you what, that was plumb in front if she had missed that.
Drifting down the leg there, Cumberbatch. Good keeping there by Holder. Trying to bowl a bit quicker.
That's another wide delivery there. So Barbados, they'll want to correct this so far. They have Trinidad and Tobago on somewhat of a hold here. They'll want to keep that strangle on. However, Cumberbatch, she needs to get her reader correct. Now that's a much better delivery. I'm not sure during that break when you went downstairs if you would have gotten a chance just to have a word with Campbell, probably any update on the injury.
Campbell said she was in a bit of pain. Reason why she's not currently on the field. I think they just wanted to give her opportunity to bat, and it did help Barbados. but probably after treatment she might come out. But I don't see the reason why she should come out. This being the last game, and the fact that reaching a tournament, her under 19 region tournament is in June, and she is also uh, vying for a spot on in the senior team. So you have to be mindful of protecting the younger players as well, because we know most of them like to just go there and play cricket and not think about the chances of fielding or stopping a ball a certain way, how it can cause an injury. And then a misfielding and a chance for a run out there. If it was thrown straight to the keeper, Harry Charan would have been walking back to the dugout there. But at the end of the sixth over, Trinidad and Tobago 19 for 4.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I do not see the sense in her going out there to cause any further injuries because I saw that knee was heavily strapped up. So again, just really hope whatever injury she's carrying to that knee that it heals as soon as possible and we see her out there playing and hopefully representing her senior team. So you see Herbert to continue. And I like this. I like the fact Herbert is causing a lot of trouble for the Trinidad and Tobago batters. So if she can somehow manage to pick up another wicket here, she still has 3 overs remaining in her spell.
Yes, as the Trinidad and Tobago is on the back foot right now, so why not keep your best bowler on to try to squeeze another wicket and hopefully try to squeeze the wicket of skipper Samaru.
Yeah, those 2 runouts clearly not helping Trinidad and Tobago cause by any means. $20 for 4 now. 121 remaining for the Trinidad and Tobago team if they were to get a victory here today and remain unbeaten in this Tri Nations series. Remember, the other team involved was the Windward Islands team. Couple decent performance by their players as well, just not coming together to get a total team performance. And that's the strength in which Trinidad and Tobago would have possessed throughout this competition. Hence the reason why they remain undefeated so far. Their bowlers came to the party as well as their batters. Had a few half centuries in between there as well. Herbert to continue now. She's bowled 3.3 overs, just conceding 4 runs for a couple wickets.
Oh, that might just be a no ball there.
As soon as I said that, she goes and bowls a very loopy no ball, if you want to call it that. Good take in the end from the wicket keeper.
Yes, a free rake to Harry Charan. Hopefully she can make use of it. Oh, and a third ball there. Well, what is the hardest thing is when you actually face, or the batter that face the no ball, and they have, and that's Herbert third wicket of the game. True bottom pad. Harichan going back to punch, but not covering the ball.
I want you to look at this replay here. What she did, she went wide off the crease and tried to use that angle to great effect and picked up a bit of turn as well.
But if you look at the length of that ball, no way, no how Harry Charan should be on her back foot there. If we can get another look. As you look at the length. Oh, that's a full ball. You should be on your front foot there. That's in and that half volley area. But good bowling there by Herbert. It's all about if you miss a hit, and Herbert surely had the stump scatter in there.
So Trinidad and Tobago now, they've lost half of their side for 5 wickets. So half of their team for 21 runs. My bad. I'm bamboozled here as well in the commentary booth looking at you.
I was trying to figure out, here I am saying, I'm trying to figure out what sport are you playing or what sport are you watching, because I'm confused. But here we have Matthew. Matthew is new to the wicket. I believe this is the first time she'll be batting in the series.
I think I woke up our producer there.
And there's another wicket, middle stump. And that's it. Herbert is now on a hat trick as you take a look.
I think Herbert wants to catch a flight early to Barbados tonight. Excellent bowling there.
And that ball was even fuller than the one Harichan faced.
So Trinidad and Tobago, they lose their 6th wicket for just 21 runs on the board.
No, we would have said Trinidad and Tobago is in a hurry to head back to the hotel and pack their bags, but their bags are already packed. They're already checked out of the hotel. Probably they want to spend some quality time with their family. As we know, tomorrow is a normal working day.
Barbados looks like they're ensuring that they do that at the moment. They're 21 for 6 after 7 overs. Herbert, she's picked up 4 wickets for 5 runs. She still has 2 overs remaining.
Yes, 2 overs for Herbert left. I really hope that the skipper doesn't take off. I mean, if you start taking the wickets, then you finish taking the wicket. By the looks of it, Herbert can't finish the tournament with one of the best bowling figures. We know the best bowling figures for the tournament thus far is Samara Ramnath, who's taken 6 wickets for 11 runs of 6 overs.
Cumberbatch, no, she's going to be continuing from this commentary, and just that solitary over, she's 1 for 7 in that.
As you see, Samaru facing up against Cumberbatch. A tricky situation Samaru is in, being on a non-striker and seeing those cluster of wickets one after the next and not being able to do anything. But right now, she's on strike and she has a job to do, a job to try to build a partnership with Durgdeen. Just flicks off the pattern, look for a quick single here. Transfer run out, but a bit of fumble there by the fielder. And you see the umpire having a bit of a chat with Cumberbatch. She seems to be stepping in and that danger area. As you know, the bowler has to stay off the pitch. I think that one was a kind warning given there by the umpire. Oh, and that one is out. She's bowled. She's been bowled. Keeper went up for LBW. As we take a look up the replay here. Through her legs and hitting just the top of middle stump. As Trinidad and Tobago lost another wicket. Trinidad and Tobago 22 for 6 in the 8th over. And in comes Harry Lal. Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Mohammed. What do Trinidad and Tobago need to do? I mean, 7 wickets down. More than half of their batters are in the dollar. Skipper Samaru is there, and Harry Lal is now joining. What can you tell these young ladies right now if they could have?
Well,
Hear you.
what I'll tell you what they need. They need Miss Brittany Cooper to go and put on her pads and walk out there. And maybe make a little more than 61 this time. Then show
But
Trinidad and Tobago victory.
who knows? I might walk into the wicket and the lights of Herbert and Cumberbatch might send me back into the dugout. But beautiful bowling here by Herbert and Cumberbatch. Cumberbatch taking her first wicket in the game. 3 more ups to grabs. Wonder how will those wickets be shed. Full ball there by Cumberbatch. Harry Lad just missing out there and might just go for 4 byes.
Yeah, apologies there from Holder. That ball drifted a bit as well in the air. Lovely piece of bowling there from Cumberbatch.
And even with the new batter in Cumberbatch have a cow corner and a deep cover. Bowling to a 5-4 5 on the offside. And a big quicker one there. And that's the end of the 8th over. Trinidad and Tobago 26 for 7.
So just a bit of word coming in from the Indian Premier League. RCB, they posted 212 for the loss of 2 wickets. Skipper Virat Kohli made 61 of 44, I should say. Skipper Faf du Plessis made 79 not out of 46. Glenn Maxwell 59 from 29, and Dinesh Karthik 1 not out. However, Lucknow Super Giants chasing 213 for victory. They require another 4 of 4 deliveries. Marcus Stoinis blasted 65 of 30. And if you think that was blasted, Nicholas Puran 62 of 19 deliveries, 4 fours and 7 sixes. Possibly they're in a chance for a victory here.
I wonder if you know that I back RCB that you decide to bring up that score, this glorious Easter Monday. I'm a big RCB fan and ouch, Mr. Mohammed, ouch, that one hurt because I've been waiting at the door for my skipper Virat Kohli to walk through the trophy for years now, and I'm still waiting. As you see, Samaru and Harilal trying to rebuild some sort of innings here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, a couple West Indians playing in this Lucknow Super Giants team. Unfortunately, Kyle Myers, he went for duck, opening the batting. It's cut away nicely there for a single.
I would have loved to see Herbert staying over the wicket for left-hander Samaru. Decided to come around for Samaru. Because earlier in the previous over that Herbert ball, Samaru wasn't really comfortable with that ball coming from at that angle, but she's driven up a couple balls comfortable on the offside. And here comes Herbert to Harilal.
Talk about unusual bowling actions. I'm not sure if it's because of the height of Harilal, but her batting stance as well seems a bit unusual. If you just take a look at the way she takes a guard, her knees bend quite a lot.
And if you look at where that bottom hand thumb is, it seems to be literally resting on the back of the bat. So a very tight grip to the bottom there as you see that the thumb just resting on the back of the bat and not more on the handle. So she have a very open face as you look at that back lift.
So one delivery remaining in the fifth over here from Herbert. She's picked up 4 wickets for 7 runs.
And you can hear in the mic stump, skipper Samaru telling Harilal 1 ball, 1 ball.
That's an excellent delivery there to finish her fifth over. And like you said before, I would love to see, if given a chance, she comes back and finishes her 6 over spell here. The score now 28 for 7. Trinidad, they're in all sorts of bother. But what's important to know is that run rate is just above 5. Not out of reach by any means, but it's the wickets that's the problem here right now.
Yes, the runs on the board needed is 113. Trinidad and Tobago have 126 balls left to try to chase this run down. Well, as you said, the wicket department might be the reason why Trinidad and Tobago may not be able to succeed, but we know the game of cricket and it could still swing anyway.
Yeah, and it's also the wicket department in that IPL game as well. Lucknow Super Giants, the scores are level. They want 1 to win off 1 ball with 1 wicket in hand. I wonder if RCB could pull off a little miracle here and take this to a super over. Put back a smile on Brittany Cooper's face. Holford to continue here. It's a shock away from skipper Mohammed. And she's calling for 2. They have to be quick here. This is good from from Shalini Samaru, I should say. Anissa Samaru, she's the assistant coach of this Trinidad Under 19 team.
Surely Mr. Mohammed want to see another Mohammed on the field right now.
Shalini Samaru. She needs to lead from the front here. And that's a really good shot. It looks like it's going to bisect the gap, and it does so really nicely. So that's 4 for the skipper. She moves on to 11 with that shot. Short delivery, asking to be punished. And there are very few batters today, especially from that Bajan team, that took the initiative to play those short balls like Shalini Samaru just did. And when we were talking about stroke playing and hitting those bad balls, that's exactly what we were talking about.
Yes, taking advantage of the bad ballers that are being bowled, and this far we haven't seen too many of that from the Barbados bowlers. Oh, well bowled. What a comeback by Holford. What a comeback. Just seemed to be clipping that off stop after being hit for the ball before.
It's a slower delivery as well.
the slower delivery because our producer, Mr. Passad, is slowing it down. Mr. Ahmed. Oh,
That
but
ball,
what?
you can see the fingers just roll on that ball. They're clipping the top of off.
You knew about her coming in to Jessica Roscoe to join Harry Lal.
Brittany Cooper sitting next to me. She's just wondering what does she have to do to leave this commentary set and walk out there. RCB just losing that game. Trinidad and Tobago there in a spot of butter. Her co-commentator Hamza Mohammed almost damages her even more with that finger. What I will say is though, we enjoy this lovely game of cricket. We always hope to see the best in these players, but sometimes when you see collapses like this, after a team has dominated and go undefeated straight till the end, it makes you wonder if those slight changes it really interrupts the entire team out there. But at the same time, this is the only way players can actually grab the opportunity to showcase their talent.
What I would have liked to see, that probably changes like this be made early on in the tournament because we know Trinidad and Tobago has played 6 out of the 7 game in this Tri-Nation series. So probably after, say, the fourth or probably the fifth game, not literally dropping all the senior batters, but, changing the order in terms of Sao and Khan opening, or the likes of Ramnat and Manpal opening, something like along that line to say like stretch the batting a little more, because even when we saw those in those other game after Sar Ramnat, Samaru and Joseph, Trinidad and Tobago was struggling for batters who would say accumulate the runs a little faster in terms of rotation and strike and stuff like that. So probably if us splitting up the opening pair and putting someone in between Joseph and Samaru and so forth. Ooh, what a shot there by Orozco. A bit of width to offer there. It's really, really wide on the off stop. But Orozco seemed to just get it over that short square leg area as we take a look at the replay.
So that's the end of over number 10 there. The score 41 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago they require exactly 100 runs for victory, and they have 120 deliveries to do so.
As we see, Herbert is coming to bowl last and final over of this innings. She would love to see at least 2 to 3 more wickets added but it have to be a very tight over. As we see, Harry Lal is on strike. Oh, oh, 41 for 8. We have Orozco in the wicket and Harry Lal. Trinidad and Tobago need 100 from 119 balls, but with only 2 wickets in hand. The maths ain't really maths in there, Mr. Mohammed.
Well, you can never tell if a miracle could happen here. And if it does, I'm gonna tell you, and then you'll definitely discover a new player for sure.
If a miracle like that does happen, I will want that miracle as well to be on me, myself. I will like that blessing.
I mean, we all would we? As of now, they require 99. They're into the double digits now, if you want to call it that.
The good thing about this is that Herbert is in her final over. So now Captain Holder will have to search for another bowler in the likes of Herbert, who has been so consistent. It's not going to be the easiest of job. As well played there by Roscoe. It's 3 balls to go to see out Herbert. Oh, 2 balls.
Gilbert searching for that 5 wicket haul, and if she gets it, she thoroughly deserves it. She's bowled excellently here. She had a little bit of a recovery knock, if you want to call it that, during the Barbados innings as well.
Yeah, she had. And that's it. And that's 5. She put up 2 hands, which would have been 10, but it's 5 wickets. She take down 1 hand. And that's 5 wickets to go with her 21 runs there, Herbert, as we take a look at the replay. And again, another full ball that TNT batters are not getting on the front foot for. Herbert Horoscoe playing straight across the line. And that's it. Look at the smile on Herbert's face there. What a spell. 5 wickets, 8 runs. And in the wickets come. That is good. And as uh, the Barbados players take a water break, so will us in the competition centers. We will return with 1 wicket needed for Barbados to be victorious in the last match of the Tri-Nation Series. And as we turn from that well-needed water break, I see Herbert in one ball left in her sixth and final over. Already 5 wickets for 8 runs. Just needed 1 wicket for victory. Barbados. No slip in place by Captain Trishan Holder. I would have loved to see a little more attack in the field here for Herbert's last ball. And the chance to finish the game with 6 wickets. Adjustment being made there by skipper Trishan Holder. Oh, nearly happened. And that's the end of an excellent spell there by Herbert. 6 overs, 8 runs, 5 wickets. Could not ask for a better end of the tournament for Herbert. As at the end of the 11th over, Trinidad and Tobago is 42 for 9. As you see, Alford continue from media end. To see Barbados players are swaying in their fielding position because they can taste victory right on the edge of hopefully this ball. It might just be an early day for us in the commentary booth, or who knows, this pair of the Dean and Harry Lal will carry it straight down to 30 overs. You know how the game of cricket go, it can swing anyway. Who knows, this batting pair could play one of the best batting innings of Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 team has ever seen. Short and wide there by Hereford. A lot of talking points needs to be brought across there by both coach Jibrian Mohammed and Anissa Mohammed. Yes, Trinidad and Tobago is not playing with 3 of the senior batters, that of Ramna, Joseph, and Sal. But even though Trinidad and Tobago are not playing with 3 of the senior batters, this is a set of opportunity for the coach to see, you know, the weakness in their batting lineup, because on every given day, when these 3 batters is in the team and they do succeed, we need someone from probably the middle order and even the tail end to stand up and put up their hand and deliver for the team.
Barbados team, they'll be looking to wrap up this game as soon as possible here. Durgadine, she's yet to get off the mark. Harry Lal, she's on 2 of 13. You know, it's always a frustrating thing for a fielding team when the number 10 and number 11, when the two, I'm calling them lower order batters get together. No tail enders here anymore. When they get together and they frustrate you for 5, 6 overs, and what makes it worse, when they get 1 or 2 runs within those 5, 6 overs.
Yes, I mean, low order battles are very difficult to get. Ooh. And that's the
Oh,
end of the game. That's victory, ladies and gentlemen, for Barbados. They didn't just playing on there and see the joy on the Barbados players. Take a look at the replay. A bottom edge onto the stump. And Hurtford getting her second wicket. Her second wicket of the match and the final wicket of the match. As you see, uh, Barbados players cheering each other and praising each other for the excellent performance they had displayed today.
you see Zalia Campbell. She's limping out there to meet her team. I think she deserves to be part of that huddle. And hoping that she has a speedy recovery. But an excellent day, all in all, for this Barbados team. They went out there to bat. They scored 141 in their 30 overs, and they dominated the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup, bowling them out for 45 runs. But Trinidad and Tobago, they would have themselves to blame, somewhat taking nothing away from the bowlers. Those two early runouts at the beginning of the innings really stemmed a collapse for this team. After a few words from Miss Brittany Cooper, I'll take my leave.
Yes, joy from Barbados as they walk to greet Trinidad and Tobago. But take nothing away from Trinidad and Tobago. The first defeat in the Tri Nation series, they have played 5 games undefeated thus far, losing the last match of this Tri Nation series. But as I said, eh, kudos to Barbados, who has been growing strength from strength. I would have loved to see if there was one more match to go in this tournament where Trinidad and Tobago play their full team and Barbados having momentum on the side, how that game would have swing. But thank you all for logging in and watching us on Facebook and YouTube as we take part ways at the end of the Tri Nation series. Thank you from all of us as Cricket 360.